Alrighty. Thanks for the celebrate. So, welcome in everybody.
Yeah.
It is time for us to get into Ace Attorney for tonight. I feel like we're on the precipice of the end. So, let's see here. Let's get in. Yes. We've been in this trial for too long now. It feels like we should be wrapping up soon. Okay, let me remind my. Oh no, is there no log? Okay, there's the log. The button for the logs in each of these games I play is different, and is it the right trigger button? Is it the Y button? Is it the X button? Is it the left joystick tilted upward? Like, who knows? Who knows what it is? Strange. Right. Gregson was getting worked up because I think we were talking about like government secrets being leaked or something like that. My lord. What are you cutting short? I don't know. Let's get into it.
Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. The results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, right.
The updated autopsy report.
The blood on the accused overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Well, the cross-examination was hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. I don't know, I went Scottish with him. That's wrong.
The report, please, Inspector.
He's from Scotland Yard.
He's from Scotland Yard. He gets an occasional Scottish accent because he works at Scotland Yard.
Yep, that's how it works.
That's how it works.
I totally didn't forget how to do Gregson's voice.
No, why would you ever?
Yes, sir. Traces of human blood are found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound.
Incorrect.
End of report. Goodness me.
Oh. You should try it for Swan Lake. See, what did I tell you?
Oh, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winterbanks. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilpin. Just before his coat was deposited at Winterbanks, McGilpin had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. The blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
Sorry?
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilda's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned from yourself in this country.
But that was...
I had less than 1 day to prepare, sir.
It was like an hour or two.
That's true.
I call it a bully disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How did determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope could help to answer that problem pop out. It can't be done. Yep, that's the only science we got.
That's only science.
But... we use Mr. Solmes' special... Mr. Solmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I helped Piroshki to starving boy, and he ran away crying.
Thanks.
Okay.
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all.
How could you say that?
Victory is sweet indeed, like a slice of pie. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth, from start to finish.
How do you arrive at such conclusions, sir?
Because I said so. As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Incorrect.
My lord. Been a long battle, this one. This old horse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision for realsies this time.
You sure?
Ready, Ben? All for one now. Sir.
Sir.
有罪
有罪
有罪有罪
有罪
Gina.
有罪
Gina, no. Well,
Well, it appears that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have reached a unanimous verdict. Never seen that happen before.
the defense has consistently failed to uppick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
Ag. I don't believe it. After I come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast?
How very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. Oh! What? Oh no.
Is that Herlock?
That's my assumption.
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
That was gonna be Susato at first.
Oh, for sure. One of those rallying flashbacks. You delivered the report now. We all thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. That scientific truths are determined not by science. No, but by none other than the human mind.
Okay.
I know that voice.
You do.
It sounds just like Susato. Am I going mad? Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Mr. Schultz. Greg's might also be my reaction. Order, order, order.
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital.
As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand.
What errand?
Honey, it's really you. You're awake at last.
I've been awake for a long time. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord. Feel human me? No, get up. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. A kiss. It is white day.
It is Whitey.
I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? I'll show you this, Lord Venjax.
This man is not going to make out with my boyfriend here in this courtroom, thank you very much. The trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. Haven't. Keep trying to read that as haven't. Haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense of mere 5 minutes.
Oh well then. I'm sure you have 5 minutes. Mississippi. Mississippi.
Stop! Do you even know what Mississippi is, my lord?
I mean, yeah. You could.
You could, potentially.
The US is well and
It was
thoroughly
well-
established at this point.
Yeah. Mississippi, did it exist in the early 1900s?
Yes, considering it is a borrowed name.
Yes. Considering there's literally a whole expansion purchase called the Mississippi Purchase. Or the Louisiana Purchase. Sorry, I'm mixing my words. Mississippi's in there somewhere, though.
I mean, that much is true.
Yeah. And even so, that was well before this time.
My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
No, never have been, but I'm here.
Alright, I'm all wrong.
This.
This man's gone full Cheshire.
I was just about to say, I'm like, this is a Lewis Carroll fucking character, I swear. Hi, sorry, welcome in. Oh my gosh.
Sorry. I've only just managed to summon strength of Sandman. I asked the judge for 5 minutes.
So I could take a breath and tell you 2 words.
But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Thank you for lurking, Asfar. Have a safe walk to work.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Holly, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Oh well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of a sport to assist me in investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. Another sight on my part. Right. Honesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
A
Happy to
packed lunch.
What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do this favor. I don't understand. But you keep fucking it up, so I had to step in. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, won't do what? Wow, I'm good at words today. Fighting fairly as you are want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. That very moment of crisis, you would be given this small parcel. It's an explosive. Those are the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Dang, I was hoping it was hot dog octopus. What is this?
Mechanical hot dog octopus.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the machine I made.
Ah. Oh.
The cat flap! What? Hi, Wagai.
Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the cat flapper-mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds.
It also makes octopi out of a hot dog.
What's Susie up to?
Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world.
Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes?
I have no fucking clue. I'm repeating verbatim for you.
I'm stupid.
I just woke up from a bullet shot coma.
At night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, though. Susato's son used this cat flapping mat that night? Why?
The cat flapper-mat has been entered into the court record. A compact machine for rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely.
So not only was he in a bullet wound coma, he also had a fuck ton of anesthetic in him to knock him out in the first place.
Yeah.
And also, an old man was digging around in him confusedly trying to find something that wasn't there.
Yeah. Your 5 minutes is over.
We haven't even started macking yet.
Good.
We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaver.
Now it's time for me to go pass out and die because I can barely stand. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast.
Is it really?
The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile.
I wonder. It's Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? You need to be careful here. I'll make a wrong move. Try will end badly.
Oh.
My lord, the defense requests.
Time to think. Let's look at the cat flapping that real quick though. There's something hidden on this. Or is it really just a cat flapping that?
Yeah, level.
Yeah?
Christ. Whew. Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything.
Oh god.
They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all.
And what are the two parts up at the top there?
Those are for attaching hinges to the section door that gets cut out.
Right. Of course.
We cut and puncture at the same time, Runo. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest doors.
It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flap mat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction.
Look,
Never mind what it would do to a man's face.
Wagaha is so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him. Even developing deadly weapons. Okay.
Anything? That was the only thing to note. Okay, Susato, why? Why have you given us the cat flapping mat? Why do we need to think about the cat flapping mat? I don't know why. Oh, what do we need? What do we need to think about? Summation examination.
I mean, it's over if we pick anything else, right?
I would think. Well, I don't know. We can't. Well, we got halted during our cross-examination. But a summation examination is usually what we do whenever the jury is at its verdict. So, I don't think time to think is correct. I think that's the one that I would cross out. But I don't know between summation examination and further cross-examination. But at the same time, were we really getting? Well, we kind of were, because Gregson was getting a little upset. He was getting a little ruffled under the, ruffled under the collar. I swear. Oh, mixing. I don't even remember what are they called? Words fail me tonight. The Gregson was getting a little antsy, trying to skirt around the whole topic of us bringing up the secrets, but the summation examination could potentially have different information, but at the same time, if they all voted unanimously, they're essentially explaining why they voted that right, and what if they all say because there's blood on the coat that the accused is wearing?
At least one of them is going to say something in a distracted manner, though.
Ah, yeah.
That has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, probably the doctor and/or the Russian man. He was very concerned about the piroshki he gave to the starving boy that ran away.
Yeah. I've taught small mouse to use firearm.
I will create the Nutcracker, but in real life.
I'm uncultured.
So, the Valley of the Nutcracker, there's this part where the main character, Clara, falls asleep. So she gets a Nutcracker for Christmas, and she loves it, and she falls asleep, and supposedly it's a dream, but she wakes up and her house grows like super big, and or she grows really tiny, I guess, and her Nutcracker comes to life, and the Rat King invades and starts bringing rats and mice to fight the toy soldiers in the Nutcracker. So this Russian man is about to recreate the the Nutcracker ballet, but in real life with real mice.
It's come to this. My only chance is to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds. I have to prevent the Nutcracker. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry?
I'm trying to save my client.
What a Mrs. gracious gesture.
I don't know what to do with a cat flap of that though.
Kill the judge. Should have this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste. Final piece of... It's not time for inaction. It's time to hear from a witness.
Okay.
But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point.
I don't think that's what Harry means, Reno. Have you forgotten where we are on the trial?
Aha. The defense has nothing more to add. I think we should proceed to the adjudication. Wait, my lord. The defense requests further cross-examination.
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. I don't want to do it.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather to continue with one and an existing witness.
What?
Nani?
Nani?
It appears that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Gregson is actually a cat.
What? Wow, this is news to everyone.
My lord. I guess this was him at the time.
Yeah.
Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
Temporary.
I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
So nobody can say anything then? Bruno has to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon.
The court is obliged to allow it.
This is absurd.
Well, the judge let us do it, so...
We're non-conventional. Sorry.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony,
Oh.
and but one piece of evidence to present in support of the argument against it.
Well, at least we know what we're looking for.
A single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. I will throw you in the fire. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further.
My lord.
Yes, my lord. Single statement, a single piece of evidence. That's generous. Well then, Mr. Norihiro, it's my time I fell into a faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Why must you be so dramatic?
Oh my lord.
And why couldn't Gregson help you?
Gregerson's like, no. Absolutely not.
Ms. Sholmes. Sholmes.
It's gonna be on the floor.
They dragged him off already.
I see. Just like Battle Scene in Nutcracker.
Stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever.
Insouciantly. Boldly, maybe? Or unperturbed?
Relaxed and happy with no feelings of worry or guilt.
There you go.
Burn to Cambridge.
Right. Insouciantly.
The man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
Maybe both.
It's all the knockout drugs.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Strike my only down, why don't you?
This is my job.
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? No.
Fully no. Prepared maybe.
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris, or Susato.
Or Kazuha. Or Kazuma. I won't let down Kazuha Kaidahara.
This guy that I've absolutely met before.
I still won't let him
I
down.
won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. With the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
The moment of the shooting, again. Okay. So if we got cat flap. Flap mat, I mean. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When winding back through Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the door, though. The accused is a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out at the people, so I picked it up and made my escape.
His lordship's only going to allow me to present one piece of evidence here. But it's clear what that piece of evidence should be.
I know, we're looking for, Inosuke. We're looking for an opportunity.
How in the world did Susie manage to sneak up with this without me noticing?
Oh, you were kind of in a little bit of distress with Sholmes being shot after all, so.
Yeah.
And
Well, I guess it was before Sholmes was shot, but I don't know. She was sleeping. Susato, a ninja, a thief in the making.
and she used it in the pawnbrokery.
Yes, at least that's what Mr. Sholmes said. I was only gone from the place for about 5 minutes when I went after that Spoken Brothers. What possible reason could Susato-san have had to use Iris' contraption in that time?
I'm trying to think where the contraption would have been used, though, is the question. Like, the peephole is a similar size, but didn't we look in the peephole before we ran after the Skulkin brothers?
I don't remember.
I can't remember either.
Was there people before? Hopefully, photos. I don't know if we can see. Or if it's covered.
Ah! Debatable, but it may not be.
Is there another photo?
Ah! Uh-huh!
Son of a bitch. There wasn't a people for her to throw the gun out of.
There wasn't. Why did Susto put that there then? Wait, I didn't... Did Graydon just pick up on it from looking at the pictures, or did he see the people there?
I
Huh.
don't know. Or we've been talking about the people, I can't remember.
Yeah, that's true. But he wasn't here, he was Sepidan. I don't know if we talked about the people while he was here.
Ooh. Could it be that what she did with the cat flap in that completely changes one of the key premises in this testimony is based on? So I guess the statement where she threw the gun?
Yeah? No, I wonder if Susato used the cat flapomat to, try to check into the room because the door was locked?
Could be. Weird that she brought it with her, though.
That is strange she brought it with her. It's like she knew.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council?
Obviously the latest and greatest cat flapomat.
Why are you threatening me with this?
Oh, it's my cat flapper, my lord. It makes the way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of. And make a new little door in the middle of it.
That's right, my lord. Device for creating the so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door.
I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves.
Uh,
But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case.
Oh, really?
Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
It makes a small hinged door, Your Honor.
Perhaps it would help if I described the function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say?
A peephole.
2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winnebank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork of the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
No, mister. Just Sholmes.
And, he has no respect for Sholmes. On the words.
Exactly. No respect for Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together. And it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Our assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes, how could you?
What?
Council, kindly see what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My sister made the people in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through.
What? No! This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was...
Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene, whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions.
Well, we didn't know it was a murder scene yet.
That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Spoken brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Peepholes.
Cat flapping at holes.
Riddled with expenditures of counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant.
It's circumstantial.
It's based upon what he witnessed through the people in the storeroom door.
Yes. That filthy girl shooting the man in the back.
However, at the time of the incident, that people did not yet exist in the door. There is no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
None. Whatsoever. As my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me.
I'm afraid not, sir.
Of course it is! Do you seriously expect people to believe that the plaything can cut through a solid wooden door?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It cut through even the toughest of doors.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
Bring me a plank of wood.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
What?
Waggy! Kiwi! Time for dinner! I will go high. Well,
Also vandalism. Young lady, here's the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey.
I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. Oh, yes, I do.
no, but it's easy.
What?
The cat flaps my cat flap mat crates are all a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Winterbanks are an exact match.
Ugh.
We're really just saving the photos for last.
Hmm?
We're really just saving the photos for last.
Yeah, we're hamming it up.
Old Silky's lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris. Thank you.
And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant had already left the country for your Eastern Island home.
Well, yes, that's true.
Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
Egg. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zyx?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrators returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof.
Egg.
And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove what the peephole was made, when the peephole was made, I mean, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zyx. Well, counsel?
Don't give up now, Reno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through, like a cat flapper mat.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Suzuto-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Sorry, Alice.
No offense taken. I don't want to be a judicial assistant for my life.
Well, counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event and not before.
It go two ways. What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras. Again.
Aren't you the one that brought them up in the first place? My judicial assistant, Mrs. Sutomi Mikitova, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defense's broker.
But more to the point. The pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it.
Welcome back, Asfar. Hope you had a good walk.
Surely is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom,
Has no people.
completely devoid of people of any description.
Ah,
This is degrading.
hmm.
You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies.
Surprising.
A cat flapalogue of lies.
Yup.
They can't all be playing this. Order, order, order! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's too close to a different word that I don't like.
That's not the only thing we know now, beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. More importantly,
Lord, there's more Lord Van Zykes.
there's always more. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes! In fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here.
Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. But they're right. Stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit.
Still, he can't worm his way out of it now.
Eris?
You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat had bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Holly always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, that's not my line.
Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense.
Make no sense. What do you mean by such a remark?
What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known.
Oh. Before we point that out, though, we are hitting the top of the hour here, so it's time for us to take our hourly ad break to keep pre-roll ads off for you guys. So if you'll hang tight just a little bit, we'll be right back after these ads. Alright! Thanks for the celebrate soap. You know what I forgot to do during the ad break? I forgot to reset my model's position. For some reason I'm on a mean lean and it's hurting. Thanks for the celebrate as well, Asfar. Alright, let's find out the lies. Let's uncover the truth.
In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements.
What? This is provocative talk, Council. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency.
Iris is right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Grayton had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, blood stains on the coat.
Yeah, I think so. Because it's not Windibank's blood, it would have been... what's the word?
Mason's.
It would have been Mason's blood, so if he was the one that killed... what's the word? If he was the one that killed Windibank, then he would have already known the bloodstains on the coat. But if he didn't kill Windibank, then he wouldn't have known that... what's the word? Fuck. Gina shot him, you know, and Gina would have gotten blood on her coat. Like, he would have known, because there's no people. Someone was up to, I think that's right.
Bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat.
That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him.
But how could you possibly have known that?
Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the...
The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Grayton.
The point is that everything hinged upon this one lie.
It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing.
You're not making any sense.
Now let me ask you a simple question. Are you stupid? How is it, Mr. Grayton, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? Coming back to your question.
What? Well, obviously You know, I wonder if we would have... I wonder if all three... Well, maybe not the third gun. Well, yes, the third gun. Well, never mind. I'm not thinking... Don't think about it. Ah!
There's a cat got your tongue, witness.
No, it went out the cat flap already.
The hole in the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately.
Graydon has a superpower to know where peoples are at all times, duh. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't... what?
Graydon's a pervert?
I guess so. I wouldn't, you know... I wouldn't put it past him.
Since that time, the police have been at Windibank's constant, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. Someone's feeding you information. Place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have thoroughly examined them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Grayton, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people on the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. You stop that.
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he...
Radon.
Graydon! Mr. Grey Megalodon. That he
He
wouldn't...
just turns into a giant shark in the middle of the room.
That's his final counterattack. He's like, I'm enough with words. Violence is the only answer.
Like in the trilogy when they start freaking out when you corner them.
Yeah, he just
He
turns...
just turns into a thrashing megalodon.
Hey, you know what? You know what? The Ace Attorney developers have gone hog wild with this 3D model bullshit. Where they're like, oh, look at all the fun things we can do now. I would not put it past them. Have this man, Animorph style, turn into a huge writhing megalodon. Like, oh, wouldn't that be hilarious? That he witnessed the crime take place to the people in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
That's not me.
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zoix?
Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station. How to put in my report?
One could say they really jumped the shark. You're right, so.
There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony. So if it's all the same to you,
Permission denied.
oh,
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Oh, I clicked through.
I think you got it.
Go back. Go back. Oh, right. It's not the fucking joystick. It's the button.
Oh,
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until the trial concludes.
of course, sir. Mr. Hayden.
Mr. Megalodon.
Don't you mean Megalodon?
I knew that was coming. I knew exactly what was coming. I knew it. Eggert
I'm more
Eglodon.
upset I didn't think of it sooner.
Oh, that's so good, Mr. Eglodon. Eggert Eglodon. Oh, that's such an Ace Attorney name, though. He'd be like a farmer or something.
What does that have to do with megalodons?
No, just like egg. Just it didn't have to be with Megalodon. Just
Okay.
D-O-N being a end of a name that one could have as such with Graydon,
Yeah.
but having a man named Eggert Eglodon just sounds like a farmer or a chicken farmer's name or something. An Ace Attorney.
Turns into a shark.
It turned into a shark for some strange reason. A caviar farmer, then egg and fish farmer. Yep, he raises sturgeon.
You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Ugh. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. I do.
Yes. The defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
And they weren't obvious about it at all earlier or anything.
Who is the person in question, Counsel?
We're dealing with national security. Sirius has long past Sykes.
gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony.
Hi, Gregson.
His wife wants out of here.
Yep.
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Because we're not seeing him in the next game.
Rip.
Hey. Hey.
You know, he was too powerful. He had a never-ending cone of fish and chips.
Now he won't go hungry in jail.
Yeah? Unless they take it away from him, you know, confiscate all his belongings and stuff, right? You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
Consider the facts. We've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed. Preparations for this testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station. Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling what he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder.
You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin?
Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
When you were whispering sweet nothings to each other earlier.
Yeah. It's a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving any details of our investigations to this fellow, eh? I summoned his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. A number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means... the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed, following the recess.
That you know of.
Hmm?
That you know of?
That you know of. Well, even so, they were in court, so...
Right.
Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Van Zygs!
Egg.
Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno.
What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jenny was testifying.
Oh, yes, now you mention that. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Miguel's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag. You're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that?
I don't know, Gregson.
Why'd I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps... it's part of a deal of some kind. This might start to make more sense.
What deal, Council?
Louisiana Purchase.
Oh, it comes full circle! Oh my gosh, the Louisiana Purchase! It was made in like early 1900s. Mississippi wasn't a thing
Totally.
yet, obviously.
Obviously.
It wasn't Napoleon Bonaparte. It was, or no, yes? Wasn't it? Wait, it was Thomas Jefferson and Napoleon, wasn't it? Because it was France at that point, I think. I don't know.
France is the one we bought it from, but I am bad at history, so.
I don't remember if it was Napoleon or not. But either way, it wasn't Thomas Jefferson. It was actually Tobias Gregson.
Thomas the Tank Engine.
Thomas the Tank Engine. He was a very useful engine.
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Sloppy makeups.
Yeah. Well, at what time would they have to do that?
Later, after he got
Oh,
off
okay. It was like an IOU type of thing.
Right.
I see.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, I.
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations in this Nipponese student's is this Nipponese student's specialty.
I don't do that.
But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim.
Evidence?
Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal.
If Inspector Erickson really did strike a deal with Mr. Grady, logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Erno, do you think it could be?
Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. He wants this cat picture.
Ah, man.
I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? The Hound of the Baskervilles.
You know, we haven't used it. But
I feel like it's going to be like a post-trial
probably.
thing.
Paper. Bet paper. It's a, yeah. Which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Let's go with that.
Oh. Yes, my lord, this was exactly what the deal between the senators is all about. Right, Inspector, what do you have to say for yourself? Hit me. It would appear this answer has in no way satiated your appetite.
Don't smack me. Oh. Some of that bite should be directed to my learned friend, I see. I feel.
Van Zexman's bite Riamsuke?
Damn. He does look like a vampire after all.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised at Gregsy. There must have been a compelling reason for him to give away case secrets like that.
Well, what's the most important thing to the inspector? What could have motivated him to do that?
There are no Scotland Yard inspectors that I know. I've heard nothing about their duty to policing.
So do we have some evidence that's related to the inspector and his duties, I wonder? Repeating at this point.
Okay. I'm making a save. I felt too confident on that, and I should have saved.
The vampire comment reminded me that Arya made it far enough to find Lord Van's legs in this game,
Uh-huh.
and then quit.
Hmm.
The weirdest fucking time.
Hmm.
You think that'd be the incentive for her to keep going?
Alright? You would think maybe she's just like, oh, I just had to see him. My acne's gone, my crops have been watered, I have witnessed him, I can leave now. What would have been Gregson's? Explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness. Hmm. Oh, if I know. Well. Hmm. We haven't gotten the second disc, have we?
No.
And that's theoretically what we assumed to play the dashes.
Yes.
Hmm.
But we don't know who has it.
And I'm just trying to think of like a physical piece of evidence to go along with this. This idea that Gregson found out that Graydon knew something and decided to strike a deal with him. Or what would a Graydon use as leverage to strike a deal with Gregson? Because either way, it would have to be very compelling. Something directly connecting Graydon with the ministry secrets for him to even consider doing that.
Yeah.
Because we know how Gregson is. Gregson does not get pushed around by anyone, except maybe Iris. But
Yeah.
he didn't take shit from anyone. So I wouldn't see why he would see this random Joe Schmo, much less someone who is now a witness to murder and or potentially a suspect to murder. I wouldn't think that he would let a person like that just be like, hey, give me information, and he would give that person information without an extremely compelling reason. I don't know what that is! Gregson, what did you choose?
It was the broken lamp all along.
I fucking swear.
If I help you get off scot-free, don't tell anyone I broke that lamp, alright?
Yep. And I'd be charged with tampering with a crime scene. Don't tell no one.
I still argue that Susato didn't know it was a crime scene, so...
The argument could be made. Sorry, I just shook about a cookie. The argument could be made that it was a crime scene already. Maybe not a murder one in their eyes, because Sholmes got shot.
Yeah.
And breaking and entering, Sholmes got shot, and people fled. So the argument could still be made there, even if Susato realized it was a murder or not behind that door.
Yeah.
Explains the nature of the alleged deal. Did we solidly establish he's the leaker? I know we went over it. I
We
can't.
established the possibility.
Mm. Mm. Well, not that Gregson knew that this is Mr. Mason's blood. Well, this belonged to. I don't know. I'm honestly at a loss. I felt so confident about the newspaper. That was the only thing I felt confident on. I have no inklings after that.
I spent all my energy on the people photo.
Yeah. Mm,
I wonder if that is it.
the newspaper?
No, McGilded. If that's what they've been investigating, and if Graydon was like,
has.
hey, I know something about that shit.
Mm. And I guess Gregson would have already known because Gregson was the one that confiscated the dish to begin with.
Yeah.
So we saw that man being like, "This is my property." And Gregson's like, "Shut the fuck up." Why would someone just want, you know, a music disc? If it wasn't something important. Not only that, but a music disc found in the coat pocket of Magnus McGilded's pawn coat.
He's more interested in McGilded and anything related than anything else that's going on here, so...
Yeah? Or I guess McGilded must be connected to that secrets thing. And so he's specifically hot on the trail of McGilded versus the secrets. The secrets just happen to be like the end goal, but the particular route that he's taking, he's very McGilded focused.
Yeah.
Mm. But there's so many McGilded things here, though. That's a McGilded thing. That's a McGilded thing. That's a McGilded thing. I don't know. I saved, didn't I? I think I saved.
Pretty sure.
Save again just to... It never hurts to double, triple, quadruple, quintuple save. I'm looking it up. I'm not dealing with this shit.
Okay.
Great. Ace Attorney. I'm not gonna play the trial and error game and feel like a fool. Walk through.
Trial and error.
Yeah, trial and error. It feels like there's less trial some days, more error. Serious scope. Trial. We're so close to the end, Soph. We are so close to the end.
I guess I'll say my money's on the Gilded Notes and we'll see if I'm right.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember where we were. That was Gina's testimony. Got that. Got the second option. Huh? Pursue him. Oh, we still have the brothers up there, don't we? Oh, wait, no?
Yeah. They're standing there.
Select the third option. Gregson's profile. I think it's this. I think this is where we're at. Bitch.
Yep. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? Classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you? Discovered during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at one of the banks by Magnus McGilvert. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It seemed very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilvert's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Grayton in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. Arg. I noticed that Van Zyke still had his hand out.
He's...
Zoom out.
I didn't even notice. I wasn't paying attention.
It'd be even funnier if his foot was on the table.
That would be hilarious. Oh, we got a little bit of stream delay, so maybe I can see it. Oh, yeah, his hand is outstretched. He's like, you know what? I've got to stay here. I've got to stay here and hold my objection. Not be outdone.
Order, order, order! I've heard of sustaining an objection, but this is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. We're taking that whatever it is in McGillicud's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is! Mine!
You don't want it. Sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGillicud is to be taken in as evidence now.
If only she had given him the coat.
Spelling you already knew at that time, isn't that right? And Agnes McGillicud was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. Now everybody knows about it. Thanks a lot.
That explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information.
Well, maybe not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely. Surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
No.
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What? What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly would not accept a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand.
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Jenny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please. Order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if you'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
That sounds serious.
Just a bit.
Indeed. Your visiting student makes such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Raina because you're scared.
The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Even that of a grave in itself.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications. We may ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Oh god. Oh. Obviously we're not withdrawing the request. But I'm suspicious of that search someone else.
He seemed pretty comfortable with
He
the
really
idea
did, especially with how much he's been
compared to,
like,
everything else.
yeah, everything else in the whole trial, he's been like, how about no? How about I leave? How about no? Please let me leave. Like,
Right.
he seemed so anxious about that, and if he wasn't able to keep us cool in those moments where it was very, like, also, like, if anything, this is more, anxiety-inducing in such a way of being found out, right? If he wasn't
Mhm.
able to keep us cool then, how is he keeping us cool now? But who would we look at? Make a save. That's what we're doing. Just for shits and giggles. Let's see what we're offered with.
Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well,
Don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
fair enough. Got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
It was such a baby smack.
Means he's not sure of himself.
I'm sorry, what?
I think that typically means he's not sure of himself.
What?
Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. Yep, you're just affirming my suspicions.
Hmm.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's mean all this, eh? What's all that, heavy sunshine?
You know, we can figure this out real quickly by pointing that finger of yours, Runosuke, and slowly scanning across the crowd until Gregson starts sweating and squirming.
Squid.
Squid. Squirm sweating.
Gross. These squad shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational.
Be quiet. All of you. I don't know.
Maybe.
Oh,
Nope.
Uno's doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
You guys have all forgotten the true meaning of Britain. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words. Search the judge. Yep. You what? Don't be hasty, my lord.
Getting anxious.
I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has the visit at the moment. There's only one person who can be.
What?
Counsel, with whom do you request the search now?
Oh no. Not just so. Sholmes wouldn't have it. Would he? No, he's probably too high on medicine. But he was standing right next to him earlier, wasn't it?
Twice.
What?
Twice.
Twice, yeah. But would Sholmes do this whenever he literally delivered that last piece for Susato, and Shums is on our side.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a pin in that. I'm not too confident about that. Iris, no. Obviously it was Pop Windabank. Oh, Gina. Surely it's not him. Why would he give it right back to the person that gave it to him? Because then he may never see it again, right? Obviously it was Van Sykes. You have the disc, don't you? The two brothers.
I just envision the magic trip where you're like, what's that behind your ear? And you just pull an entire fucking music disc
Yeah.
instead of a quarter.
It's one great magician. Have a pocket dimension behind your ear, don't you, kid? That, or you have Dumbo ears.
I mean, this man's got big ears.
He does have pretty big ears. Are you hiding a music disc behind those ears? Hmm. I don't know. Why and who would he give this to? What would make sense? What would Gregson decide in a split, like a desperate situation, would be the safest place, not on his person? Has anyone been acting weird since their little rendezvous?
I mean, the Skulkins might actually be his brothers, but the hang up there is that there's two of them, so which one do you pick?
No. Hey, they all have mustaches after all.
Yep.
That's on the hallmark. Oh my gosh, Windabank must also be one of their brothers.
Genetics.
Genetics, the mustache genetic. The Skulkin brothers are standing to Gregson's left currently, right?
Yes.
And is it Ringo or Nash? Ringo's on the outside, isn't he?
Yeah.
So I'm going with Nash because Nash is the closest and would be the easiest to slip something into someone else's hand. Ugh. Music stopped.
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never.
Me?
Him? Very well then, bailiff. Take this man down. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Cool.
Please, my lord.
They're not.
Inspector? Scotland Yard, ask to object to this search.
Oh, he's being... Why would he give it to Nash, though? Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here.
Eh?
In this courtroom, Only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object.
But your Van Zykes.
I have no idea what forces are at play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intent of obstructing the course of this trial.
Egg. Bailiff, carry out the search.
Now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out!
Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this.
Why is Nash holding it? Why is it Nash?
Good lord, that's...
Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing.
I believe it, but...
I don't get it.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilpin. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order, order, order! Mr. Sculpin, what have you to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
Counsel, please explain what exactly is going on here.
I don't know.
The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. For pity's sake. Why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. At one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? Yeah. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, you left the pawnbrokery that night. Was it by any chance in the second disc in your jacket pocket?
I admit to nothing of the sort. Oh, right, there was this weird bit.
It's like right before we came back in, too.
I know, I totally forgot about it.
Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently.
Yeah, he didn't know. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother, I was.
What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention it to a gun when we got down the station? That's what he said. He held it right down my ear, all he did. My head's still throbbing now.
The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. It was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wig, he hid it? You... I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here.
I'm, I'm glad my vaguely British adjacent stumbling and mumbling was a great show for you, Aspar.
The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket?
Because he knew that he'd be suspected in the end, because he knew his story was unraveling.
As a court of law, you have to submit the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that.
Why even not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
Orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. And you go on the QT, strictly half off. Hush, hush. Top secret assignment, is it?
It is the top of the hour. I was literally just about to find a stopping point here. Try to interject in. But I guess we'll just leave it right here before we dig deeper into the top secret assignment that we're recapping yet again, even though we did it like an hour ago. So, with it being the top of the hour, it's time for our hourly ad break. The pre-roll ads off for you guys, so hang tight just a minute. We'll be right back after these ads. Alrighty. Thanks for the celebrate. So, also, does Baiju punch? I don't remember Baiju punching. Not that I have him. But the playtest, I don't recall him punching. I thought he more like gesture, spin, another pretty spin, gesture, and things just go flying like normal Catalyst user. But maybe I'm wrong.
Ah, yes. Normal Catalyst user.
Yes, a normal Catalyst user. A normal Genshin Catalyst user at the very least. He uses his
And that's
fingers to
all
hit
right,
pressure
but-
points.
They all have weird alternate weapons.
Mm-hmm. Yup.
Oh, shush. Top secret assignment, is it? Tell us all about it.
Give us confidential information. As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic.
Thank you.
Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? Thanks for the celebrate, Mira. Also, welcome in. I saw you looking around earlier. I hope you're enjoying the stream and are definitely top tier voice acting. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Just mean... You only pretended to attack Mr. Sculpin in order to get close enough to him. He slipped the second disc into his pocket. Gregson slipped the disc.
Damn.
Totally original joke for me.
I'm sorry, what?
A totally original joke for me during Ace Attorney.
Right. Poor Gregson's getting too
never-
old.
I never repeat jokes. Not ever,
Oh.
not once.
Never at all. All unique, iconic forms of comedy from Soph. Nothing else.
Nope. Eggigate? Never heard of him.
Never heard of him. It's not like this is a joke that's been transformed at least 3 times.
You gotta bear in mind that that joke showed up on Arya's birthday last fucking year.
Yeah.
It's over a year old.
It is indeed. Yes, it's like I'm in England. Oh, I'm so glad you feel like you're in England. I'm so glad. It feels like we're showing true British spirit here.
I just realized the egg joke has its own birthday now.
Oh my gosh. The egg joke has a birthday. It's evolving. It's turned 1.
It was all a pretense.
We need to have an eggiversary.
We had a 5-day anniversary.
We did have a fight, you know? There we go.
Of the thumb.
Nah, eggiversary.
There's Goose Goose Duck. Those are eggs.
Yeah.
Well, now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Grayton. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? No.
Admit to it. Yours truly. Please.
Mr. Graydon.
Clearly our eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with the detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about.
You. What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson?
I don't know nothing.
Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, this is Scotland Yard Inspector. I'll declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light in making your decisions. That's a nothing answer. It is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathise with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. I'm stupid as hell. As a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Ma'am. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are...
Simps.
You're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now,
Is Jenny going to be found guilty?
if I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then I'm going to lose. There's some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets. There's some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no?
This is a patient examination.
It is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. He will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, right now. You have to throw some more evidence at them.
This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Grayson or Raiden?
Leave it to the jury.
Clearly.
Clearly, because we can trust them to make an unbiased decision in a logical fashion. What do we even have? Okay, first off, let's save. Let's save before I accidentally hit something. We're saved. What do we have? If we had evidence that proved he murdered Bang or spilled secrets, one would have thought we would have revealed it long ago.
Hit me?
What? I'm not gonna hit.
As far?
I'm not going to hit you as far. What would be? What would be evidence? I don't even know where to think. I've not come to an point C I can't speak. Point A, point C conclusion. I'm not even at point A, much less point B or C. I don't.
I feel like point A would be Gregson, because like you said, if we had evidence against Gregson, we would have done it.
Yeah. Gregson.
But I don't know what that would be.
Gregson. What would... Have we even used this dumb stereoscope? I feel like we've crossed our eyes every single time.
Yeah.
Prints in here. Gregson. Position. What does Gregson want? What do we have that could be more persuasive to Gregson than that disc? What would make him change his mind? Well, just the box, isn't it? Yeah. Doesn't matter. Box has already been redeemed. We know what the box is. That's not of importance. Jay's paper is not important. Blood samples, not important. I don't think. Doesn't seem important. They've already dismissed all of that. They don't want to talk about that. Artist's manuscript. He wouldn't be that much of a simp, would he? I sure hope that's not what they end up doing.
I don't know what that would have to do with him making a deal with Graydon, though.
Yeah. I was just thinking it as like a... What's the word?
A bribe?
Yes, a bribe. There we go. Like, Gregson! If you tell us about this, what you just done here, you'll get a treat!
So you also want to strike a deal with the detective in the middle of court.
There you go. I'm not gonna be, what's the word? I'll see your attorney's badge. But yeah, I'm not gonna be as, I can't word today, my god. Covert about it. The whole court can know that I'm making a deal. The whole court can hear me making a bribe with this detective. coat, I don't think is important either. We've already talked about this particular ticket. Plus the coat was already shown to have blood on it, and I don't think we're gonna get anywhere with the blood specifically on it. I don't think that's gonna sway him. We don't have like any information here. There's nothing new in here about McGilded that he would find interesting. So I don't think it's the case notes. Today's paper, it's a paper. He could have gotten a paper himself, so that wouldn't be important. And it doesn't say anything specifically about him. It only talks about just the idea of government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Autopsy report has, I don't think, anything to do with him. No, I don't think it has anything to do with him. Doesn't matter. Crime scene photo, nothing. Has nothing to do with what Gregson's after. Crime scene floor plan, nope. Windibank's gun, don't think so. Skulkin Brothers gun, don't think so. Photograph of Gina. Post-shooting photograph. Music box disc. I don't want to cheat again, but at the same time, I really don't know where to go with this. What would Gregson... What would be blackmail? I can't think of anything here that would be blackmail. Because that's essentially what we're looking for, right? We're looking for a piece of evidence to be like, this is blackmail enough essentially to get you to talk because there's a greater threat at hand if we did talk about it. And he didn't say anything. I don't know, man. Obviously the cat flap-o-matic. That'll get him talking in an instant. Show the...
He needs it for his cat at home.
Yes, that. Or just start using the machine and walk slowly towards him as those teeth spin 10 revolutions a second and the hinge puncher starts going. Who needs a blackmail when you can just directly physically threaten the man?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't fucking know. Because he would have access to the music box unless it got taken away for... What's the word?
Who's that?
Evidence.
Who's that? Windibanks.
It was a Windibanks.
So we had to send somebody to go get it from there.
Yeah. Theoretically, he would want to hear what both sides of the discs sound like together, because it could potentially be the leaked information. Would the music box go into court evidence though, where he wouldn't be able to investigate it and use it with the discs that he had on hand? I feel like it's a good thought, at least. I don't know if it's in the right direction, but I feel like Gregson would really want to hear what both discs sound like at the same time. Hence why he went to the effort to get the disc. But it doesn't really lead us anywhere except where we already are at. Do you have any thoughts?
No.
I'm gonna cheat again then.
It really just feels like they're asking us the same shit we've been stumbling across with the same information.
It really does. And like at this point, like I've been beaten down so much, I'm like, I don't even know what you want from me anymore. Okay. Okay.
Inspector Gregson. There's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Hey, what was that then? You refuse to acknowledge that you did, in fact, strike a deal with the witness here today. And you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. It's my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have the horse's hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he struck with Graham. Is that Mr. McGill's Peculiar Music Box Council? Yes, the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc console? Oh, wait. I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well... Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Not sure, Inspector. Eh? Defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of the Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now I have a chance to confirm that theory. Crying out loud, Sunshine. I'm talking about the state secrets here. You're letting the whole courtroom be confidential information like that. It's treason.
Is it Mississippi or Louisiana secrets?
Yes.
Perfect.
Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. Yes, I am quite angry, thank you. If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
So...
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaks confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court. And all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, man, Sykes. For Pete's sake, stop him.
I'm actually quite intrigued as well. Let him play the music. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet.
Hey,
In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul.
no. Very well, the defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, I will now listen to, as this music box is set in operation once more.
With two.
I'm surprised the judge is okay with this idea.
Yeah. Well, it's a different branch of government. It's what the difference between, oh my gosh, federal and judicial.
Yeah.
He's like, whatever. It's not my problem. It's not my secrets.
I don't mind. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. How do you know exactly how to line them up, though?
I know, right? What a tune. They didn't believe us before.
Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up. It didn't sound clean enough to be legible, I guess? I don't know what term you'd use, but it sounded like a fucking mess.
It did.
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did.
Betrayed! Stop! What are you doing, man?
All exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst. You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So, how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal, told him details about the case that should have been put him in the clear. People on the stolen door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. Well, it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, to be perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You're the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker in the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank.
You. Oh.
Make a lot on time.
Traitor! Gregson. I'm taking this man hostage. What a freeze frame.
Bailiff. Chamber, man.
The bailiffs here. We've already so we've come to the conclusion the bailiffs here are useless. They let
Very early on.
they let a stagecoach catch fire that killed a man. They have not intervened whenever a smoke grenade was thrown into the courtroom. It took them very long to respond to many things. Why do you think now they would stop whenever a man looks like he might be murdered in front of an entire courtroom?
At once.
Oh, I didn't get to have a breakdown sequence? That's no fun.
They don't seem to do that as much in this.
I know, I kind of like the dramatics of it. I miss it.
Yeah. That's it then.
That one Joker line that's like, don't you just want to go crazy? Or what was it? Is it, don't you just want to lose your marbles? Or don't you just go batshit crazy or something like that? What's the line? I can't remember it.
Aren't you tired of being nice?
Yes.
All over.
There's so many dots.
I despise my life growing up. The slums are vile places. Probably actually Gino.
Is it Gino or is it what's his mug? Giga Man.
Yeah.
I was cursed from birth, born into poverty. The son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. And you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why?
Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in the squalor could ever imagine. And one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend oh my gosh. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money throw. Oh my god, I can't fucking speak, I can't remember what voice this man. It's been a while. You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now. I was to steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and Gilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child.
Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton.
That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you become, eh?
He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. The poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician.
Friend of... Oh,
It's not very clear, is
hard
it?
to tell.
It's not very clear. A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. Been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? Then loft.
That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas.
So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal? The exchange of the second disc?
Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Middleton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, not yourself.
When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
that was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge.
Revenge?
As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start to finish.
I feel it barely touched British soil back then. And I walked into the hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all.
I'd made plenty of money of my dealings at McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that.
Are you saying that?
I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked away free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly.
Gilbert's death that day.
Was set up?
No. What?
What?
No. Was caused by this man? Everything's ready, sir. If you follow me into the courtroom.
What's this, officer? The sooner than I was led to believe.
I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There's some changes to the schedule.
Well, you must be making checks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself.
So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus, that was you?
No.
Close.
Almost. An imposter. Hired by me. Very sus. The Gilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manners of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So it gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGill inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
I'm showing account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
The disc. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There is indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized I was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs. In the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windenbank's pawnbrokery. Aye, this is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposit here for ye. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell them the fee. Tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you steal it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Michi said the guy. Shh! I'm doing my best. So I knew that if you'd taken steps behind the disc. It would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone.
Yes, to Gina. I remember now. When we first met you at Windenbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Mrs. Stroud written down. How did you know who you were looking for?
From the trial. The pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another one of McGilda's pawns. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
He was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windenbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilda's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box, which the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion.
Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up the fact that McGilda was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast.
It's a reason why he's one of the top dogs in the Scotland Yard.
Our orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could.
Why is it always right before my lines? I yawn.
I was yawning at the exact same time for some reason.
I've yawned so much like in the last 20 minutes. But it seems like I yawn every time it goes from your character to my character.
Huh.
I don't know why.
I was acting as boring Michi.
No! Incorrect. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
So that's the prompt you need to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulking Brothers.
What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I could only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGill on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Oh my god. A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom toward a refuge.
Sorry, Tail.
It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Ash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. Solemn silence. Even music dead silent. Okay, so we're getting close to the end, but we probably have some additional stuff after this here. So let's go ahead and take our ad break real quick. So we can keep your ads off. Let's see here. Okay, if you guys will hang tight just a second, we'll be right back, okay? Okay. Okay. Thanks for the celebrate. So, for me, where did my music go? As much as I love you, Farina, can't focus with you in the background.
It's just like normal Genshin.
It's just like normal Genshin. It is. It truly is. Oh, it really is. Okay, let's see if we can wrap this up. We're so close to the end. We're so close to the end. I can taste it. Thanks for the celebrate, Asfar. Tastes delicious, yes. I am also.
Delicious slice of justice.
Oh yeah, a delicious slice of justice. You know, I had a couple slices of pizza pie earlier.
Yeah.
If that counts.
I count it. That's
There you
what I
go.
did for dinner.
There we go. I had my pie for Pie Day. And I also have. I don't drink wine. You know what? Granted, there's no grapes in this either, but I have a cranberry raspberry juice mixture thing that's delicious and looks enough like wine that I can also impart in a drink with Vin Zykes. My own sweetened version of a wine that definitely has less characteristics than a wine drinker would care to ever drink. Okay, my brain's drifting. We need to focus. I need to focus. Earlier you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. But what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank. And the stealing of government secrets. Really glad we had the juries here. They helped a lot.
Yep.
Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Literally everyone in this room who is not me will have to face charges of some kind. I guess Van Zykes will be okay. Yes, my lord, of course.
You know, Vin Zykes the one that everyone's just like, oh my gosh, was he the one that murdered Mr. McGilded? He's the Reaper, the Bailey. He pulls underworld strings. He's going to be the one that has charges, the literally only other one that does not have charges in the room.
Yeah.
Except maybe Iris.
I'm sure we'll find something for it.
Oh yeah. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable.
You know, I feel like the solution would have been, no, I will not make a deal with you. Get fucked. And then we'll take the music disc off of you when we arrest you.
Pretty much, yeah.
Unless he didn't know it was the music disc. Until after the fact.
I don't know.
Again, it'd be really weird for him to just like, oh yeah, I'll give you information on what is essentially a gentleman's agreement at that point if he doesn't have the disc. Though,
Yeah.
So
I think the problem that Gregson had was that he was so focused on trying to keep everything hush hush that he
Yeah.
didn't want anything getting out. Just because whoever gave him those orders were like, "Don't you let a fucking peep out," you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that was his greatest driving force. And so everything else fell second to that because that was his priority.
Now, to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Yeah.
It is time for the final adjudication. Is this jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Guard squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The 5th time's the charm.
Yep.
Last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Deliver their dicks. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decision of the court. I swear, any you say guilty.
無罪
無罪無罪
無罪
無罪
The doctor's gonna slap his head on the table.
Bonk.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Rene. You finally managed to do it.
Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Mr. Strong, I'm not finished with you yet.
What were you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, hmm?
Uh,
2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillicud's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort.
Of course not. It's not like you're gleefully wearing McGillicud's coat in your cell yesterday or anything.
Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
Turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom.
But very sad about that. It's the only way that I can get Inspector Gregson to admit what he done, so...
You should throw it right back in his face, Junosuke! He was also the one that was like, let me propose a toast to finding out the truth, whether fair or foul, as well. He was also there with you. You should have dragged them down with you, Runosuke.
If I'm actually something on that point... Isn't that... Nope.
Just when we
Yes,
think. Always. We never.
This is Pearl all along.
It was Pearl all along. Where'd you come from, Pearl?
It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that really was Morse code at all.
Thank you. What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. She can see the Matrix.
She's a Morse maniac. I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different notes.
Okay. What? Can that really be?
I swear, is it really gonna be? It's like, well, if you line them up just right, since you were posing that question of how do you line them up right?
You literally have to line them up just right, otherwise it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It wasn't Morse code after all. You're not in trouble on a technicality. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. No. That's a weird phrase. Lay off your nut. How many times do I have to tell you? Does this contain ministerial secrets, sunshine?
Oh my god. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know Mikilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further.
But it's really going to bother me.
I just need to tie this loose end. It's like, please.
I feel like, again, it's probably a weird technicality, so that he didn't actually
Yeah,
disseminate
government secrets.
government secrets. Just the straw.
Yeah, my lord.
For some reason, I didn't read that as good grandpa. My brain tried to like morph it into Danganronpa, but with Greg. It's like Greg and Ropa.
Great good Ropa. Oh,
I guess Rampa,
yep.
not Ropa.
That'd be Rompa. RONPA.
Right, but I always miss the N right before the P
Mm.
when I'm saying it. Because my experience with that game has just been Lux and Arya going off about it for like 10 minutes at a time.
Yeah.
Supposedly she's going to drag me through it at one point, but we've been saying that for like a year.
That's... if she ever starts it, that's gonna take you guys so long. It's gonna take you guys so long.
Because the game is long or because the people playing it?
Both.
Okay.
Both. The game in itself has quite a bit of content. Like it's a linear path, but there's like a you get different like free time events where you can go hang out with and earn bond points with characters and stuff. Which adds to it. But at the same time, going through the game, there's usually 4 or 5 trials per game. It's similar to Ace Attorney in that aspect. You know, it's actually very similar to Ace Attorney because there's an investigation phase and there's also a trial phase, but then there's also just like downtime story building where there's no strife happening. It's just like things are going on, and then the flow of a chapter usually goes, everything's fine, and then a motive comes out and everyone's like, oh no, that's kind of scary. What if someone does something and then someone dies, and then you investigate and then you go to trial and you start all over. And there's hangout events hidden in between those. So that would take so long for y'all.
I mean, we played Persona 5, now it's like 150 hours.
True. That is true.
Granted, she's willing to start Persona 3 Reloaded soon. That ain't gonna be much better.
I thought about wanting to stream Danganronpa, but at the same time, part of me kind of... I would have to really think on it just because of how graphic it is. Even though it
Yeah.
is like censored in its own way, it's still graphic in a way. So I've thought about it. I love Danganronpa, and I've actually never finished the. Is it technically the third game? New Danganronpa V3. I've never played, or I've never finished that one. I ended up having to like take a hiatus halfway through because people kept spoiling things for me and was really pissing me off, and I didn't want to hate the game, so I stopped playing for a little bit till I could chill out. Okay. Did you read this line?
That what you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity.
The following experience to befall any child.
Come on. It ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums.
Beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Gina.
But look, I reckon I worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want to change, you've got to start at home. You gotta start how you are yourself.
One might say that I'm starting with the man in the mirror.
Alright, Michael Jackson.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I can look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my quorum with her presence again. It's the opposite of the Pokemon Center message. Please
Please,
never come back.
please never come back ever again. We will not help you.
Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pupwinbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Mr. Lestrade, guilty.
Could you imagine? All this, like, lead up turned to be just like, no, you're still guilty.
I was really hoping that when we went to the back shot that... Oh no. Oh. I thought she was gonna gas everybody
Yes.
out.
Like, time for my disappearing act.
I was really hoping that Van Sykes was gonna be like posing.
Yeah.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
It's not hard when your expectations are so damn low. Ah, oh.
Despite being an Ipanese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I mean, assholes are assholes no matter where you go,
Yeah.
for the most part.
Okay, considering I've run into some nasty people up here in Maine, even in my small town, and the way that they talk and the words that they use are so like almost identical to the people that I encountered in like Texas and stuff. It is a universal thing. It is a universal
Yeah.
thing. I can guarantee it firsthand experience.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom.
What? No. What?
Are you sure?
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed.
What?
Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand.
Did you know our boyfriend?
Cosmo didn't make it.
I didn't know if he had been over this way before, though.
True. I don't know. It sounded like a first time thing, but maybe it wasn't.
Huh. You mentioned something similar earlier today about betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
Oh my gosh, are we tying a loose end? Please, Vin Zykes. Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer. Whether you like it or not. Gosh damn it, Vin Zykes.
I mean, it would have been really fucking weird for them to have this heart-to-heart in the middle of the courtroom.
It would, but who knows? This game has been strange.
True. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must.
Since you so desperately want to lock swords once again.
That's a euphemism.
What? Are you sure? No. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey. In my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again.
Oh, I guess everybody's fucking gone. You know what it is? It was the gruff guy that we met in the clock tower. I can never remember his fucking name because we only talked to him like for 5 minutes out of the entire game.
Male Strongheart, I think.
Yeah, that guy. I think what this is it's like when a parent is like, "Oh, I have a really nice son. You'd really love him. You need to meet." That's what this all was.
Yeah.
He was trying to set Van Zykes and Yunosuke up together.
He was able to. No, it wasn't even like to take down McGilded. No, it wasn't that. He used McGilded to lure out this recluse son. And then it was like, oh, beautiful. Originally it was going to be Kazuma, but Ryunosuke showed up and he's like, oh, even better. You're twinkier. My son would love you. 17th April.
We could write fan fiction stuff.
I'm sorry, what?
I feel like we could write fan fictions about this.
Oh yeah, easily. Oh, very easily. Not very hard at all. I'm sure people have probably already done it, to be honest. That's a very popular trope.
Yeah, a lot of people write fan fictions about similar subjects.
Yes.
Not exactly the same.
Yes. I would not be surprised if that exact fan fiction was out there somewhere. It is a well-loved trope that you come across, especially with like older parental-like figures. 17th April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Is Shomsai here sleeping?
It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all. I knew that you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me. Right up to the end. You're as old as your name.
What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I?
No one ever has before, you see. Kept a promise, I mean. Properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. Oh, man, I've grown up the slums. I'll never trust no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down.
Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. You need a date with a weird vampire later. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson.
Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fair lot of sense to me, though.
I'm envisioning Sholmes lying face down on the couch, and these who just trying to sit on the couch on top of him.
Yes.
Just completely ignoring his presence.
You just hear him go, oh, oh, every time he gets sat on. It's like, oh, my wound.
The couch is already red. They won't know.
Oh, they won't know. Don't bring out the smoke gun.
Yeah. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure.
For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright.
Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be?
No, he thinks you're shit. Pardon the interruption.
The couch is talking.
Oh my god.
But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Norimoto. Well, you weren't talking, so... I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along. I'd have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling!
Mr. Sholmes!
Ah, yes, it was me all along. You see?
What an
That
odd
would be
duck.
right.
He really does belong in Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, I'd assume you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. You're not supposed to do that. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. The adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
TM.
That's a very fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations, Arnoldo. As close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you.
Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe.
Have I yoked you in some way, Mr. Strong?
Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives.
Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but how to feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Holmes?
Use that as an excuse to hold your hand. Oh, my hands are so cold. Must be all the blood I lost. Would you warm them up for me, Mr. Naruto?
No, he was trying to choke you instead.
Yeah, instead, yes. He's irritated right now, right? Because we didn't notice him. We didn't notice Senpai.
And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd.
What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted?
Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... Ichi's becoming chomps.
I'm becoming Ichiya. From Variable Barricade from saying that. Oh, my hands are so cold, but you hold them to warm them up.
I keep getting kidnapped when you're playing that game, so...
Yeah, it's all good. It's a lot.
Niquidal... yeah. Niquidal in a trial, that particular prosecutor is perhaps precarious. Really going hard on the alliteration on that one. A lot of P's.
I get
Well
those.
done, Mr. Holmes. Not alarming in the slightest.
Had to get all those, not just alliteration, but the plosives.
The what?
The plosives. The sound when you say like "pa." It's like
Oh.
I don't know how to also describe it, but like there's harder letters that would like I don't know. If you were to speak into a microphone and really emphasize the P sound, the kind of pop you make is a plosive, or like a k sound. Those are plosives, I believe. I know the P sound at least. I'm not sure about the K sound. Oh,
Plosives sound. The basic plosives in English are T, K, and P.
there we go.
And G and B voiced.
Hmm. Learning a lot, yes, indeed.
Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it?
The very point I was trying to make. It's exemplified by the fate of Mr. Nicholson, in fact.
Well, that was. I don't think that had anything to do with. That had anything to do with what's the word? Ben Zykes.
Yeah.
One has to just wonder if Ben Zykes has just gotten really unlucky and not convicting the defendants that are guilty. And so other people are extracting revenge.
Yeah.
And just so happens to be the people that he's up against.
Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. I make my own irrational drivel.
Yep. It's his show after all.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it didn't bother me.
Oh, really?
Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him. A bit like him upstairs.
From upstairs? You mean, like God?
Flying vampire Jesus?
Yeah, him upstairs. Knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter, what a rotten to call. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve.
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. I know it's come up before, but I did not have religious overtones in my bingo card for this game.
On your bingo card?
I didn't expect it to show up in this game. Like,
Consider
religion isn't. I guess religion kind of is, and more in like the spirituality sense.
Yeah.
In the original trilogy, but in this one, there's like, I'm going to invoke God's name specifically.
Well, we're in Britain too. Let me remind you, we're in someplace quite different from both settings that we have seen snippets of or have been in consistently. Plus, isn't this a time like the late 1800s, early 1900s, on the time of Charles Dickens and all that stuff? Like, has a whole, not necessarily God imagery per se, but just the way that they seem to speak, at least in those books. I can't attest to the actual people at the time because I'm not too familiar with it, but just the way that the books seem to characterize people very much seem like God-fearing, or even if they don't believe in God, it's like, well, there's something up there, you know? You mean Charles Pennison's makes you so vulgar? I'm sorry, I have not read. Oh, you're so funny. I was like, oh, maybe yeah, you just used an alias, a pen name. No. Good joke there. Good joke there. My slow brain not catching on.
It's like it's midnight.
It's like it's midnight or something, and I've been up since 6:30, and I haven't taken an emergency shutdown nap right after work either. So
Yeah.
yeah, getting sleepy.
Divine justice is one thing, though. Reaper taking matters into his own hands, claiming lives is another.
Well, I ain't like the McGildas of the world. That's why I'm scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strand.
Oi, just give it a rest, alright?
As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina.
Well,
There you are, Hurley! How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there.
Ah, Harris, my dear. I apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. They made utter fools of themselves.
Oh my gosh.
What happened?
As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as bailiff.
Pawn shot.
What?
Pawn shot.
That is a pronunciation of that word.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's great.
But these dolts didn't even notice my presence at all. Ha ha ha! They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it?
I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day.
I'll be careful. Ouch.
I just witnessed a parenting session.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you?
Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge, Patter. I was stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff. What wasn't lug? Blah blah blah.
Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offence. It's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you? Did you, Odo?
Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them not like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for 'em.
I'm going to become a communications officer.
No. Ginny, no.
That's a wonderful idea, Gina.
Gina, I flipped it.
That's a wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing.
Miss Juno Strad. Vision carriage has arrived, man. Come with me to the gate at once.
Right. Well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck.
Um, Odo?
Yes?
Here we go.
Ag. What is that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so...
You shot him?
This entire cast is neurodivergent.
Dude, you got a lot going on. You've got a lot going on.
Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strahd. Did I pronounce hitherto in a way that was acceptable to the chat? On occasions such as this, I recommend a simple thank you.
Oh.
Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny.
Right. I see. Well... Thanks, Odo. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me.
Not at all. In fact, that should be my name. Thank you, Gina, for teaching me the true meaning of friendship.
It was the friends along the way. It's real to real. Fuck. I can't make any references. I can't use my fucking words tonight. Oh my gosh.
Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Tune in next time to find out. Well, quite the indomitable Pickpurse.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. I bought a paper outside. I didn't brought the paper outside. It's a special edition, and there's trials all over the front page.
That's fucking fast.
Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no! How silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Man? Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Harry?
As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And now you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then. Maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm was like the sea's very choppy. The channel in particular is awful. The sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
And that's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But... There won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. I've invented a new kind of train.
Oh no.
Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Aha, yes, it was me, Mr. Sholmes, all along. I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. Sorry. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. Are you just blackmailing everybody? What? When they made my knowledge of them into the man, they happily laid on the locomotive. Entry.
Oh my gosh.
Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? London Victoria!
Never mind. A foible is just a minor weakness or eccentricity, apparently. Not much better than blackmail, though.
No. 18th April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside.
That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? Over there. Look. Looks like she's reading something. That nerd.
Mm-hmm. She heard you.
Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing?
I've taken enough of your disgraceful comments, Mr. Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruto, what are you doing here?
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see.
Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go?
It went well. He was acquitted. Did it go well?
Could have been worse. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news.
Look, you're thrown into the sea. It's your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it?
Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell.
You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Will I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato?
I deliberately altered the scene of a crime and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun! I still ruin his armband.
Yes. Please don't do it again, Iris. That band's very important to me.
It's part of my husband.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat puppet mat, so I put it up my sleeve.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windbag's shop with it later that night.
I see.
And then...
Yeah.
Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Sholmes. Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
Not right, you're not Phoenix, right?
Where?
After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind.
Storm door, you mean?
Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know.
So, use the cat flap-o-mat to make the people in the drawer.
And it's captured in a photographic print in the shop. Like one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was the first of importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made. Information would prove to be Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon. You're welcome. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilbert.
I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
That's right. But then I realized... it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. Which peephole would be the very thing.
Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
The possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the people to anyone. Not even the police.
I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. I sure hope there's not a secret case. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan.
He really does think of everything. But then... why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. Yeah, he's gay. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly... if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Susto decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrades. Miss Susto.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, It's the moment I lost my right to call you. Is the moment I. Oh. It's the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
It's that kind of night.
It is.
Also, I hate to ask, but did we do an ad break?
Yeah, I was hoping to try to just like elongate this, but we would need to take an ad break fairly soon because I'm running out of snoozes.
I can't even see the snoozes on my end.
Okay, okay. I don't know what you can see on your end or not.
Normally on Aria's channel, it tells me I got X number of snoozes and I got this amount of time to use them. I
Interesting.
don't know if I see it on Lux's channel either.
I'm not sure why. But anyway, I guess we should go ahead and take our ad break real quick here because it will happen irregardless if I want it to happen or not after a minute. So
Yep.
we'll be right back. Let's take this moment.
get this finished. Thank you for the celebrate. So thank you for the celebrate Aspire. And this year attorney's badge. I do indeed. Thank you.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Usto, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, with your kind words, Mrs. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets.
Well, we must all be thankful that Mrs. Strawn's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out! I'm full of admiration.
No, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was.
Oh, it wasn't?
There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. Naruhodo.
Naruhodo.
So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-point problem, I assure you.
What?
What?
Well, that can't be a real world, can it? How funny.
Wait! Iris, what did you just say?
Oh, I just said, Asoki. Does that word mean something to you?
Mean something? Asogi. It's the name of my best friend.
What?
But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box.
You transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. And whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh,
It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages.
I don't believe it. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the I-Ro-Ha pentagram, isn't it?
And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asoki?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that?
This is the... Do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code?
Of course I am. What kind of judicial assistant would I be if I didn't? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications.
Might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version?
Well, my knowledge of the Japanese one came in handy now, didn't it? Be that as it may. Irish, show me the message. Please.
Of course!
But what can this possibly mean?
Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susuto-san's face.
There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code.
So the British Empire has been using Japanese for secret communications?
I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names.
4 names.
The first is Kei Asugi.
Kazuma Sogi. Why? Why is his name on the disc?
The second is A Shin.
Shin? I don't recognize that name.
The third is T Greguson. Oh my gosh. Greguson.
Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing in secret government communication as well?
And the last name.
What's the matter, Miss Susuto?
It's just so strange. So unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J. Wilson.
What?
Wilson. Wilson.
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
Somebody gonna kill Gregson?
Oh.
I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought? Those discs contain Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. What appears in this particular message? It's communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where Susie and Reno come from.
Oh, Iris.
Strictly speaking, I guess.
Oh, well.
No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Yeah.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. It's so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder, eh? I feel like I've rolled back in Boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. Easter is coming up.
Hmm. He will not be risen, though.
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we should go wandering inside. Oh dear. The ship is going to set sail soon.
Thanks for the honk.
Yes, it seems so.
I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. And I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie.
Would you say passage, Miss Susato?
Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best.
Miss Susato. I hope to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me.
Mr. Naruto.
Please, come back soon. Even though it'll be at least 2 months before we see it again. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world.
Stop. I'm gonna leave before I cry. Mr. Naruto.
I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it.
Next Thursday.
Probably not Thursday, but maybe a Thursday in the future.
Really? Really, Susie?
Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill.
Oh, you meant our Thursdays.
Yeah.
I was like, no, not that soon, Yunosuke, sorry.
A promise?
Yes, to be back every Thursday in the foreseeable future. About your manuscript.
Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
But I'll be waiting for then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
do you remember the first time we met?
Yes, of course. On the SS Gloria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. I remember rightly, you threw me half across the cabin with a Susato takedown. Like 4 times.
You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy.
Miss Susato.
And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Let's see.
これでなるほど龍之介最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ
Even about the cat.
思えば
Oh
不
my
思議な
god!
運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする
Maybe Soseki never actually went home, but he turned into the cat all along.
僕は弁護士になって異国の街で名探偵と出会ったこれからもきっと様々な困難が僕を待ち受けているのだろう
Not your game, dude. You can't say that.
でも どんな危機だって大逆転できる。そんな気がする。
This man. Thanks for playing
僕には
music to the
世
sunrise.
界最高の仲間がいるのだから。
On his fucking Stradivarius did that too.
Oh, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. And prejudice. The railway company has decided to sue the Special Express train, apparently. Huh?
It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations.
But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and that was all your fault. Huh? Huh? Oh, Phoenix.
It's hereditary.
Yep. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. Not to worry, my dear fellow. When in the Susato,
You love defending yourself in court.
huh? Huh? Huh?
It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See?
Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Oh, certainly. Any word you like. Fellow it out, my dear fellow.
Go for it.
Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. And I know just the one he'll use here.
Then I really must say, yeah.
Yeah.
Bruno's words sounds like an educational segment.
It's like a letter of the day. Oh, he does his own word of the day segment.
It's gonna go.
What?
Something was afoot. Though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I had advertised them for sale, with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. I was saying it wasn't going to fucking stop.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was like, whoa.
I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Harley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. With some dry toast and an insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions.
Exactly. Really do rare come on coincide under rare sticks themselves.
Well, I do not son knows his fathers and isn't a man. Or are you calling my son a liar?
Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
It's a test of not only remembering the voice, but remembering who I voiced.
You got it right. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I had laid low in the... Yep. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair.
Hang in there, Solseki.
Scientific investigation would be the gold standard for releasing a new age. A dreadful world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have about 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Feels stressful.
Yeah. He's like a more unapproachable version of Kunikita.
Hey, Crunch magazine's out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line, cheer it now, I get a standing ovation when I hear it. Oof, not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame. I guess he's in jail.
Yeah.
Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Spending my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework too. Those maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbours don't realise the man in the house is my own maid. Dicky peg.
My Murley's back on the beat again. Oh, thanks to the Reaper.
There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting small chickens in the gutter. I'm better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, the dropped happenings, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Roly.
Oh, brother.
Someone else is gonna talk yourself, put a bookmark in it, but remind me to come back to this in a minute. Those two.
Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for that, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sherms is looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them.
Yes, I renounce my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. Regrets? Please.
Give over, bruv. This ain't the Ash we used to know.
He ain't planning to come back to Milton. Nope. It's hard to do these guys fast.
The three Muska Whatsits. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth.
Yes, 2 games in this one.
This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that that's what life's all about. Naruto-san, I promise your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
They're making shining memories.
They're making shining memories! I'm so proud of them. Aww. Oh, Himagahai! Domes. Why are you so close? He's so close. Does not give a single fuck. Personal space? Who knows? Oh, what did I? No? Oh!
What's this? More credits? I forgot this was in English, wasn't it? And I promptly played it in Japanese.
Yep. You said you had something about Pat and Rolly?
Yes, so I was talking with my sister the other night, and I was talking about streaming stuff, and she's like, oh yeah, I don't tune in too often, but she's like, I remember I tuned into one of your Ace Attorney streams with your friends. I can't remember his name, but you're the one you do the voices with. I'm like, yeah, so she's like, yeah, that one. And she was saying the one I haven't tuned in like almost any of them, and the one I tuned into, you were voicing the cop and his wife. She was like, what was going on? I'm like, oh, that's nothing. A regular Ace Attorney game. But
I
her...
don't know if she might still be here. Okay.
Oh my gosh, Asfar, please stop. Shaking my head at you.
I wonder if she's gonna come back.
Hmm?
The, Bella, you know.
Yeah, I wonder. I know Gina's gonna be back.
Yeah. And we're still in the same city as Vino.
Yeah, we are. It'd be interesting to see the ballerina again.
I'm still not satisfied with that case.
No, I'm not
Especially
either.
after the fucking recording we just heard.
I swear there's more to
Or
this.
translated.
There is so much more to this. I don't know what, but it's... You and I both from the very beginning were like, this is sus, right? But now it's just like, holy... Oh no, don't you stop! Your fucking hat! No! Leave! Don't drop your hat again.
Banker guy, I could never find the actual logo, but he feels like a logo I've seen for a bank before.
A
And he
bank.
keeps it in the side profile.
I don't know.
I don't think it was an accident. Because Kazuma had a bodyguard, so we knew that somebody was out for his ass.
Yeah.
Not in the way that Ryunosuke was, but and then we had the translated telegram thing in the end,
Yeah.
which it had Wilson's name on it, and he was the first person
Yeah,
that died.
he was. It's a hit list. Maybe.
It's kind of what it felt like.
That's so strange too. And for it to be government dealings is even more strange.
Because we found the discs 2 months ago,
Mhm.
and that would have been an order
Oh.
from about a month prior
Yeah.
to that. Because Wilson died at the beginning of or right before our boat journey, and then Cosmo died right at the start of it.
Yeah.
You know, and it took me too fucking long to put that together. They're doing the
Their
same
little
pose in different
pose.
directions.
Yeah. It didn't dawn on me till just now.
Yeah. Same.
I'm like, oh, they match. Yep, indeed. Oh, there's so much to resolve now.
We got some of it.
We did, but there still wasn't a lot that was really answered. There's still so many things that are like, but why though?
All that tells me is they knew right off the bat that it was going to be 2 games. Though.
Yeah, same. I agree. Oh my god.
It's made even better because we were at the end of that lineup, so it's like we were part of it.
Yeah. Great Ace Attorney Adventures. And we made it to the end. Going to the homepage now? Oh no! No! Why? Why do you do this to me? What?
Feels.
Yeah.
Didn't have enough feels anymore.
Yeah, I guess. Oh! New background.
Yeah. Huh.
Interesting. Well, we made it to the end of the first game. So many questions still yet to be answered. My goodness, I'm glad we took an ad break that took much longer than I thought it was going to. It was like an additional, what, 30-40 minutes?
Yeah.
As
40.
As Ace Attorney games typically do.
Hey, at least it wasn't 4 extra hours.
It's true. Hey, if it got to that point, I would have just cut it. I would be like, no, I'm done. I am not about to be like, oh, let's try. I'd be like, no, I'm going to bed. You're going, okay, I'm going to give you the opportunity to go to bed. Hi, Mars, welcome in. You come in at an awkward time, though. We are about to wrap up. We finished the first game. We finally got to the end of it. Yeah, just a little awkward. It's okay though. It's good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. How was streaming game? It was great. It was really good. There's still so many answers that I want answered. And the spoilers that I do know were not resolved in this game, and I'm like, shit. Now I've got to carry this information into the next game for who knows how long.
The only thing I know about Resolve is that we get a new outfit.
Yes, I do believe we get a new outfit, don't we? But other than that, I've been trying to keep my... I've been trying not to look at anything else. I've been trying not to look at anything else because I think I've known one spoiler since the first trial. Which I'm like, shit! Are you kidding? And then I learned another spoiler.
I won't even look up character profiles until we're done with both the games.
I wasn't even looking at the profiles. I put in very specific keywords looking for gifts for Twitter going live posts.
Oh, yeah.
I put in very specific just so I wouldn't spoil myself, and I still spoiled myself somehow because for whatever reason some douchebag on the internet decided to put a spoiler gif and use keywords that were super generic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bitch.
I mean, it's like people who make a thumbnail of basically the end of the game.
Yeah.
For so many games.
Yep. Bitch. Need to get
Hey,
back
here, look, it's the secret boss. Cool, thanks.
Thanks. Great to
I
see.
am blocking your channel. Never show me anything ever again.
Yeah. I think it's fine to use thumbnails and stuff like that. Okay. In a specific way, and if the game's been out for quite a while, then I can see it being okay. You know, alright. But at the very least, like title tag, whatever you're posting, right? I'm definitely a huge supporter of tag your spoilers. Tag your spoilers. Yeah. When are we gonna have Van Sykes as the defendant? I don't know if I'll have Van Sykes as defendant. Are we gonna follow the Ace Attorney logic where we defended Edgeworth?
You know, I don't think that flies here. Our second trial wasn't even a trial.
That's true, it wasn't.
I don't think any of them are actually referred to as trials. They're all referred to as cases.
Cases, yeah, that's true.
Ace Attorney.
Ace Attorney. I see. But yeah. I'm gonna have to sit on my spoilers for a while longer, and I'm kind of bitter. Just a bit. I was hoping to finally get some answers tonight, because I've been sitting on some information for quite a while now, and I'm like, I can't say shit.
Because one, I don't know where this is in context. Two, I don't want to spoil it for anyone else. It's gonna be such a good day though whenever it comes up. Soon though! Soon though, we made it through the first game, so now we can start working through the second game. We
We've been
started...
at this one for a while.
We have been at this one for a while. We... when did we hear? I'm curious now. When
I
did
feel
we
like we had
start?
a few weeks around the turn of the year where we just couldn't stream it though, for various reasons. You're out for training for one of them.
I was up for training for one. What is this one?
Did we start
We
before or
started
after you moved?
after I
I think
moved.
it's after you moved.
Yeah. We started Great Ace Attorney on November 29th.
Okay.
That is what I have in my backlog of VODs to upload.
Yeah.
So we've been 1, 2, 3.5 months? Makes sense. I think that's about par for the course, if I remember correctly, how we've been going through games.
As far you good?
157. Huh? Is it 1:57 your time? It is nearly 1 o'clock in the morning for me. I see, I see. But yeah. Lots to do, lots to see. Thanks for the honk, Lily. Hello, hello. Everybody's crawling out the woodwork here at 1 in the morning. Thanks for the head pat,
What
Lily.
happened at 157?
157 is something I want to declare. Yes, I did see your DM as far. I will get on it here in a minute once I can gather my brain cells.
Sliding in the DMs.
Always. Me too was trying to escape, so I was like, no ways! I'm trying to escape. I've got work in the morning, and tomorrow's Friday. It's my longer day. Please.
Even I can't stop her from escaping.
Please. I've got to go to sleep. Don't hold me hostage. Okay. Let's see. Is anyone online? Oh, Lux looks like he's online.
It looks like he might be wrapping up because he was playing
Ah.
Pokemon for a while,
Yeah,
and the game screen's not up, so.
I see. No, part of me is like, oh man, someone else that I know is playing Great Ace Attorney Chronicles right now. At the same time, I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure she's ahead. I don't want to raid after her.
Yeah.
No spoiler. I'm released this time. Thank you, Lily. Thank you for allowing me to be released. Okay, let's just go see. Let's see if anyone's just playing Ace Attorney. No, I don't know why I'm putting so much thought into this. My brain is not on right now. Like the effort, the attempt at putting effort into it is there. The execution is just like dial-up noises. Dial-up noises and no results.
Wait, let me see. Okay. Even though he's not playing Pokemon, I'm just gonna read out to Lux. But then
Okay.
maybe he'll have someone he can read out to. What's my favorite number? My favorite number is 5. That's such an odd question out of nowhere. Huh?
That's actually mine too.
Oh, cool! I don't know exactly why I like the number 5. I think it might stem because my birthday's on the 5th. And then I think it's cool because, in a way, it's a type of, I don't know, kind of a number that rounds out, right? Because 5s go into 10s and stuff like that. But it's not an even number. And I think that's pretty cool.
A good grouping number.
It is a good grouping. But I think that's my reasoning behind it.
Wrong as far. 10 out of 5.
10 out of 5, oh my gosh, 200%.
That's right.
Damn. Well, I don't want to do math right now. I need to stop thinking about numbers. I gotta read out to Lux.
I already said 5.
The stakes have never been higher? I don't... What are they doing up there? Why are cows flying? Why are they flying? Why are they floating? Cows
We need
shouldn't
to
be
get
doing that.
Michi to bed.
Cows shouldn't be doing that. Oh my god, okay. 5 emotes 2, coincidence? Maybe. Coincidence, definitely. I didn't intend for that. But anyway, so tonight was Thursday. Next stream is going to be on Saturday, which I believe I set it for 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time now, because daylight saving is in effect. Thanks for that, Soph. You can find the schedule pinned on Twitter, which Soph has so lovingly linked in the chat for all of us. You can find the schedule as a pinned tweet, and it's also where I post when I'm going live and all that stuff, and if anything changes, it's the best place to keep up with what's going on. Other than that, we're gonna go ahead and read out to Lux. Looks like he's just kind of chilling and doing a just chatting right now. Was playing Pokemon. Looks like they're talking about Pokemon. So grab that. Whoop. 2 raid messages. You can use the emote one if you're subscribed to the channel, or you can use the sparkly one. Both of them are great. But yes, let's send all of our love to Lux. Other than that, I can't think of anything else to say. I will just leave it with this and say thank you everyone for coming to hang out tonight. I hope you guys had a good time, and this has been Michio signing off. Bye guys!